Hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. We're doing patch 3.5 and 3.55 today. We're finishing Heavensward. Very, very exciting. Good morning and good evening, wherever you are. Hope everyone's doing well. We had a pretty nice resolution to patch 3.4. It was quite a decent length stream. We weren't able to do 3.5 at that same time because there was a lot going on, but we're here. Setting up some very, very cool stuff. The revelations with the Champions of Darkness from the first. We also have Ida and Papalymo with us. Yes, we will be continuing immediately by going right into 3.5. So it seems that they couldn't help themselves. Now, like, we'll make patch point 3.5, and then we'll do a little bit more before Stormblood. So we've got 2 more patches to go. Tidings from Gear Abania. Tartaru has a request for you, is our first mission that we'll be jumping in today. I'm very excited because we're finally bringing Heavensward to a close and then opening up Stormblood. So we're basically up to date on the game now, guys. Basically up to date. Ah, Omega, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. Okay, we are going to the Diamond Forge. Let's do that. Logging on to the MMO in the morning, the daily grind begins. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, aye. And Mobius is joining us this morning. Everybody can say good morning to Mobius too, because we're both in this morning grind together. Okay. We even synced up our searches. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Hey, morning 8 boss, and sorry I missed it last stream, so I wanted to catch it on this one. Thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. I really appreciate that. I caught it, but I forgot to acknowledge it because I got caught up in the stream. But just want to let you know, thank you. Right, everyone, ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. What was that look? Hee hee hee. Alright, what's happening? I'm being outfitted with something. Okay, sure. There, all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement from heroic head to intrepid toe. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Omega. All in good time. Start the stream off with some measurements. Aha! Found you. Alphino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. That was our other mystery from last stream as well, is Ida apparently doesn't age. And then Papalymo was saying that he shouldn't have given her that mask or something, and I've been sitting on that, and the thought has come to me that I'm thinking maybe it could be Ida's mother or something, and it's like she's inherited the mask. And
we're here. Did we miss anything?
Okay, we've got voice acting now. She might have inherited the mask from her mother, and so she looks just like her or something like that, because he was like reminiscing about like a long time ago. So I'm not sure, but there was definitely a bit of mystery there, but it could be a parental connection. Anyway, we have entered a voiced cutscene, so let us begin.
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Urianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elysée. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the warriors of darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear.
It's you!
No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
Everybody says we don't want to do it.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
What is going on?
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all. Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalymo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Baelsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphinaud and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich, and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
Whitehair gang, move out.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied.
What's going on with Papalymo at the moment? He's got stuff on his mind, for sure. And it's all got to do with Ida.
I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Okay. I'm not sure how to pronounce your username. At least the first part. I'll just say the second part. Baelsar. I'm doing well. It's early in the morning. I'm glad you enjoyed the Dragon Age series. The Mass Effect series is a little bit more outdated. So I hope that's fine. It was a little more reserved back then, and I had so much fun with Mass Effect, so I hope you enjoy those. And Mikim, thank you for your comments as well. I'm glad that you enjoy my videos also. I miss the Half-Life universe. I'd like a follow-up to Half-Life Alyx, please. That would be nice. But yes, story is very important to me. Welcome everybody to the stream. Thanks for joining. We're still pretty fresh. We've only just started. After conferring with Ishtola, we've decided to focus our attentions on the East Shroud. Someone needs to keep an eye on the border, not to mention the Sylphs. And I hate leaving Nago like this, but I know Kryl and Tartaru will take good care of her. Yeah, my only curious thing about Ida is I was mentioning just at the start of the stream, I was like, maybe the person that recognized her was because of the mask, and it could be like a mother thing, but then the dude knew her name, and I don't, like, maybe she's taken her mother's name, and it's an alias. Wilder things have happened in this game. So, I'm not sure, but there's definitely a mystery there, because Papalymo seems very concerned with that too. We'll eventually do these quests, I think, because we have, like, multiple. And then there are multiple, at multiple people. And because it's in the Rising Stone, so it is an important quest location. Apologies. My nose is irritated this morning. And Dawn, we will certainly be ready and willing for your assistance in our dungeon when we get there. Back here. We're already back here. The congregation of our knights most heavenly. How is my boy Aymeric doing, Lucia? Greetings, warrior of light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I can't get the camera to sit. Hang on. Camera on the table. With Frog. Oh no! He went off the table. I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Aymeric. It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business, and thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will, of course, send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make, not mine alone at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? I thank you. Our representative, whoever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handaloo that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Omega, pray accompany Lucia to the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way. Thanks, mate. Lucia seems eager to set forth for Gridania, to the gates of judgment. What a name. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the gates of judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. Ah yes. If only the option to join me meant take me with you so I don't have to go there myself. But that's fine. Okay, Camp Dragonhead. Hanging out near our dragoon pals. waiting for the choir to come in and it didn't. Because I left. The music was interrupted. There it is. I was too early. I love when this music comes in and off it goes already. Meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I concede, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military operation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. I just came from there. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Ah yes, all of the busy work of politics. Let's go back to Camp Dragonhead. It is funny. It's like, meet me here. No, wait, go back here. We must go this way now. Back here, and then we'll go back to the Gates of Judgment. Is there a reason we didn't just meet at Dragonhead in the first place, Aymeric? The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Omega? You may see a familiar face. Hey, I'm on lane. Omega, old boy. Oh, wonderful to see you. And Sir Aymeric too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? And Hornboy? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honoroy. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Exposition. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel and the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. Whoa, I did a sideways nod now. I went... It's a different animation. You and me both, old boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. The way that he's like, old boy, I am from the 1920s. Don't show me his face. We are still in mourning over here. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt. With a little help from the veterans and Honoroy's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So, not worry not, old boy. Off to Gridania with you. Never gonna let me forget it. Alright, speak with Sir Aymeric in New Gridania. Why did we go to Why did we go to the Gates of Judgment? Why did we go to the Gates of Judgment? This game's great. I love it. It's so fun. All the time. Come here. No, wait. Let's go here. We didn't even need to go there. So let's go here instead. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it. Oh, the Gates of Judgment are the front gates of the city? Alright, never mind. Okay, fine. For some reason I thought the Gates of Judgment were somewhere else. It's a big game. There's a lot of locations. Let me have this. Give this to me. I love this though. This is beautiful. This line feels so meta. Because it's like when I first laid eyes upon it, because this is where we first started the game in A Realm Reborn. As our character. This was our starting point. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. I love the music of this area. I can hand in a quest. Oh yeah, the Primal Nature one. See, this is why I kept it in my journal. Eventually I'd be in the right area. Ah, Corporal Ocelot, might I deduce from your stern expression that you have heard the disturbing news? Ah, Garuda returns once more to plague our nightmares. I fear this incarnation of the lady is more tempestuous than aught we have yet witnessed. If you are prepared to face this roiling storm, then I will brief you on what must be done. And then he'll give us the actual quest, which is Gale Force Warning. Get that later. Before we do this quest, just give me 1 second. Because I'm just going to go get one of my antihistamines for my nose. I got the sniffles. Alright. We are ready to attend the council. Oh, everyone's gonna be here. Here we go. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand, a pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Let's go. Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? We haven't seen Ruban since we bested him at that friendly competition. And everyone else was there too, right? This is such a nice theme. It has such a great vibe to beginning a game, I think. Like, this being one of the first areas in the game. It definitely has that sense of adventure to it. And wonder and magical location. The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way if you Ah, the Lominson party as well. We were not the last to arrive. Oh my god, Ysayle. No, not Ysayle. What's her name? Ysayle is not... Ysayle is not who I'm thinking of. Ysael is unfortunately no longer with us. Who is this person? Don't tell me, because the game will tell me anyway. Merlewib. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emric. Oh, why can't I remember her name? Does it not start with a Y? Admiral, always a pleasure. And Omega, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. You definitely remember her name, don't you? Ah, it does start with a Y. Yagiri, I was never going to get that, unfortunately. I was never going to get that. Damn. My brain went straight to a Y name, but just the wrong one. Master Omega, I was glad to hear from Riol that the missing scions have now been found. Yugiri. There's much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Baelsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force, and the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
Such a good voice.
At the Battle of Carteneau, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people, too, would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
So nice to see Yagiri again. Also listening to her voice as well. Very nice.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defenses seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, Is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
Yeah, well, we don't know. Our characters do not know that the man was delivered 2 frozen, specially powered eyeballs on ice. Can I get a couple of Nidhogg's eyeballs on the rocks, please? This will go well. That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Aymeric. Master Alphonso, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alisair, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Omega for serving as our escort before other duties called him away. Aymric's like, let me chat with my best friend before we go, please. I must have words with my fine lad. I also wish to thank our dome and ally. Hey, hello. Chilling in the back. Dragon woman. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. Stealthy dragon woman. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Shiguri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer if it were not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Aymeric. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? This is how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yagiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I am curious to know how Papalymo and Ida fared in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what has been going on at Baelsar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. Yeah, there's rarely a crossover in Final Fantasy species in other games, I believe. They tend to be exclusive to their own setting. Unless you've got, like, you know, Moogles and the monsters and stuff like that, but primarily you're not going to have Mikotes in Final Fantasy VIII or something, you know? Welcome back, Omega. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Oh, Griffin on the wall. Alisair seems eager to discuss the Council's decision with the other Scions. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. No, so the Kimari and the others from Final Fantasy X are called the Ronso. Very different. Ah, you have returned from the council, but what of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention? Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting overlong. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tata is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I am certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us this council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, is committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Osean Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I would like the Imperial to be the Imperial Corps between the Resistance and the Alliance. Edith, you cannot seriously... One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There's a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want. I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. Thancred just can't stop hanging out with all of the girls in the game that I like. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kryl and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Levios? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worst, it would seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Omega? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. It gives Alisai a rest from all of that talking that everyone's doing. I am no ninja, but I did spend some few moons in the Charlayan homeland learning how to move unseen. Between Yagiri and my humble self, Ida and Papalymo will be well protected. My fellow shinobi required little encouragement to take their place amongst the Alliance forces massing in Gridania. They are most eager to cross blades with the armies of Garlemald once more. All I'm saying is that it wouldn't be the worst thing if we ended up joining the Griffin's fight against the Empire. I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later, isn't it? Evil! I may perhaps have exaggerated my standing with the Resistance a little, but I am confident that I have a reasonable chance of putting a stop to this madness before events spiral out of control. Yes. Fair to middling, at the very least. Okay. Thanks, Papa. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorn Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Baelsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. Was it the Imperial guy that we saw in the cutscene last patch as well, who was laughing at something? That was Nero? Was it not? So that was, that's also the Imperial angle that's going on at the moment. Ah, Omega. There you are. Come. Emirase's spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments on the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the Griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Nary a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the Griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalymo, I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? God, Papalymo hates Ida at the moment. Tensions within this partnership. Ah, some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Alright, off we go. Hey Ashley, thank you for the kind words. Hello and welcome to the stream. I'm also loving my journey through Eorzea. We'll be finishing Heavensward today if all things go well. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you were here to speak with our commanding officers? You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. Hey! Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. Haha! Thancred is off with Yagiri now, which means me and Hilda can have some quality time. You can't be in two places at once, Thancred. I've got you now. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, see? And the sight of you might help remind him why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. It is heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. looks very quiet to me. Report! What? Seven Hills. Fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So this guy gets a link pearl? This just random guy? So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin's supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Omega, we must make for the wall at once. Wait, just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. Pirate Queen! We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Okay. Walking with the Griffin. God damn. Where did they get all of those uniforms? Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. He's made a smart move. Their faces are so cursed. Why? Whose idea was it to give flies teeth? And they chitter. Whose idea was this? Liliana Nightingale, what a name. Indeed. Love that. Some Dragon Age crossover going on. From what Papalymo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason, by any means necessary. Yes, no Makafu today, I don't think. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste, and if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safely. I only pray that we have enough time. Don't worry, Hilda will come and pick me up. Of course she will. Okay, let us see how we go today. Marking the border between the Black Shroud and Girabania, the legacy of Gaius van Baelsar is a towering monument to imperial tyranny, and now smoke rises from its iron crenellations. In a bid to drag the armies of Eorzea into the struggle for Alamegan liberation, the Griffin and his resistance fighters have disguised themselves in Grand Company uniforms and laid siege to Baelsar's wall. While Alphino seeks to call your companions back from their now meaningless mission of diplomacy, you must ascend the war-torn fortification by the swiftest route possible and persuade the Griffin, by force if necessary, to abandon his reckless ambition. And now we wait for the singular healer. Can we not have any Yakuza spoilers in the chat, please? Because I haven't played the series. I'd appreciate that. Average wait time for one healer, 9 minutes. Goddamn. I can go have a nap and I'll be back and we'll still be waiting for a party. Yeah, no spoilers for games I haven't played, thank you. That's a blanket rule. Love that we're surrounded by giant flies. So lovely. I guess we can be grateful that the flies in our real world are tiny, as irritating as they are. If only we had Makafu right now. We have to call on them. Where are you? Tag them in the Discord. Say we need you. Need them to report for duty. We probably would be... There we go. We'd probably be waging war against flies if they were that big. We would eliminate them. To war! Look at that big dog. Alright. Here we go. We haven't fought against the Empire in quite a while. One fly that enters your apartment becomes a real-life Dark Souls boss battle. I do like the aesthetic of the Empire. It's a very cool change of scenery from the fantasy elements to have the Magitech stuff. It's always such a great little visual change in any Final Fantasy game when they bring in this element. Magitech Predator. You are beaten. I don't need that. Onwards. Yeah, Samurai was always one that was actually on my to-do list. I think I started the quest line, as in, like, I spoke to the first person for it. I can't remember, though. But yeah, Samurai was one that I wanted to play as, for sure. But I think the next class that we play is Gunbreaker, because I want a Gunblade more than anything in my life. That's what I'm looking forward to. It's like one of the things that I was aware that was in Final Fantasy XIV before I even started was I remember seeing a Gunblade, and I was like, okay, I need to play this game. Now we're finally there. Well, not yet, but we're finally playing the game, I mean. Oh, this is a Halo mission. We're on a gondola. Someone get Dex. Ah! Jesus Christ, we got 9 giant. Oh, we got 3! Magitech Colossus. Oh my god, I'm like, yeah, we have 1. Nope! They have a cave troll. Jesus. Oh, ah! I'd also like to experiment with a healer role at some point. I do quite like support classes. I don't know if I'd be any good at tanking, but as long as I just have to stand there and get everyone's attention, right? Stand there, get everyone's attention. Kite enemies into a group. Who would you say is the most powerful Final Fantasy protagonist? Probably due to power creep, Clive. Clive is super fucking strong. I think every Final Fantasy protagonist that I'm familiar with would have a hard time fighting Clive. I'll tell you that much. Clive would be the final boss of their Final Fantasies. He literally embodies the primals, you know, the icons. He can become Ifrit. I think he quite easily takes the cake. Yeah, the crossover event is exciting. Because that was actually given a proper release date, wasn't it? The armored weapon. Activating surplus cerulean propulsion. Engaging enemy. This is so good considering the Final Fantasy XVI DLC that we've been able to play as well. The first one. Echoes of the Fallen. He said April. That's cool. I'm excited. Leviathan being able to knock you off the ship, yeah. My first experience with every single primal fight is getting knocked off of everything. I'm gonna get hit by that because unfortunately I couldn't move. I got stunned. God damn it. Oh my god, look at them all. Jesus Christ. You're almost done. Structural integrity compromised. Magitech gunship, look at that thing. I loved the Imperial element of Final Fantasy XII as well. That was always super enjoyable to me. The appearance of all the judges, they look so cool. Yeah, Final Fantasy XII is a beautiful looking game too, because the art style is just super nice. Ivalice is such a great setting, and the art style of that one has aged tremendously well. The only thing that unfortunately has not really aged that well about Final Fantasy XII is the audio recording quality of the voice acting. It was very heavily compressed. But the voice acting itself is very good. Ooh, here he is. Oh, face reveal. That smile. That grimace from McDonald's. Why am I? I'll be with you in a moment, everybody. Still at the bottom. I'm here. I'll give you a glorious end, Warrior of Light. Come, see what awaits you at the far end of fate. All right. And this is the fake Griffin, is it not?
How'd you like this?
Oh God, that's what he sounds like. How'd you like this? Oh God. Yep. Yeah, this is the fake one.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy.
Sloppy. This is the real Griffin? Oh, okay. No, I don't remember this guy. It's been a long time if this dude is from the past.
I have you now.
Okay. I'm just gonna stand with everybody else. Oh, we're taking the blade. That makes sense. Oh god. Ah! Do not hit me into those. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, he's the dude that cut off Ruban's arm, right. So he used to be in, he used to be wearing blue, didn't he? Because he was part of that team. Okay. Because I knew it was going to be a reveal, but the problem is if it was someone like from way back when, I'm going to have trouble remembering the specific faces. Yeah, okay. I remember. Yeah. Sloppy. I remember that scene, but yeah, I just wouldn't remember his face if I saw it, you know what I mean?
I'll tear you limb.
How interesting. Yeah. Apologies for not remembering. This voice, yeah, the voice actor change from A Realm Reborn, of course, also plays another part.
I have you now. Yeah. How'd you like this?
Can I not attack the blade? I'm confused. Or maybe I was targeting a different blade. Yeah. It's hard to see. There's so much shit going on the screen. I'm an 80-year-old man. Take it easy.
Sloppy.
God, he's got that classic Final Fantasy boss that just repeats such memorable lines and not for a good reason. Sloppy. It's giving me Vanitas from Kingdom Hearts vibes. Yeah, they said it. Okay. Sloppy. Yeah, you can see how that would become a meme very easily. Alright, well. So what's his name? Crystal Braves. Okay, so there's a picture of him. So this guy's name was Ilberd, right? I now remember, because yeah, they all had the blue Grand Company outfits. And Alphino was betrayed. Yeah, there was a whole significant event. Yes. Okay. That's where he got all the Grand Company uniforms. He just dyed them a different color. Ruban will want a word with him. Okay, so with this being the real...
You've beaten me, aye.
And where's the fake Griffin that he said, go and do this thing? Is he off in the different spot? He's off just, like, giving speeches somewhere? So which means, if this is the real Griffin, this is the dude that's in possession of Nidhogg's eyes, which is deeply concerning.
But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
And now he says Ilberd on the thing. There you go. It's definitely hard to reintroduce a character after so long with a different voice actor and have us be like, oh yeah. Ilberd.
Did it? We showed the bastards!
Ilberd and his Grand Company shit again.
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
Laurentius.
They die that others may live.
Is he gonna just nuke the wall? Oh god. Evil! Evil! Those eyes.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
They got the voice of Ishtola doing overtime at the moment.
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
And you are now dead. Oh god. They're already dead. Oh, damn.
Gods help us! What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful.
Not too clever, were you, lads?
Mighty Ralker. Grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilberd. I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
God, this dude's such an asshole.
Nidhogg's eyes! No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
Oy. My god, they're not frozen anymore.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
I told you we should have squished him. Oh, okay. Dramatic. Look at that precision, that acrobatics.
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
Man, they really brought back one of the biggest arseholes in all of Final Fantasy XIV to just have him be an even bigger arsehole. Oh, the sploot. Jesus. Okay, I'm kind of hoping that he's just a mess on the ground and then the balls just roll off to the side. And then he's just like, oh, it's over, guys. Pack it up and go home. Oh, this is so brutal. Imagine if he was like, huh, he really thought that would work. And then it's just over, just anticlimactic, you know? Alright, we're playing a horror game now. Jesus, the expression on his face. Holy shit. Here we go. How did he know that this was going to work this way? All of the dead used as like an offering to summon him back. It feels like it was just yesterday that I kicked these eyeballs off the bridge. They just can't stop being here.
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual.
Yeah.
The primal is taking shape.
Sacrificed himself for this. That is so wild.
There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
Here we go. He's been sitting on this bad boy piece of information.
Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
With the staff?
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tiptimati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works.
Thancred.
Time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida! There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this! Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
We're gonna witness Papalymo at max power. Oh. Are you asshole?
Hilda! I think he means now!
No! Dude.
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Fuck, man. We only just got Papalymo back. And he's performing an ultimate sacrifice to contain and seal Nidhogg. So we're getting like a 1.0 ending recreation with Papalymo and Nidhogg instead of Bahamut. It just costs your life to do so. That's crazy. Look at that. Now what? Does that just stay there in the sky forever? We're just casually here now? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Oh. What I think is really fascinating about that is that dude, Ilberd, was so hell-bent on what he needed to do that it didn't even matter if he was alive to see it through. That was how, like, dedicated to that purpose. He's like, even if it means my death and the death of everyone else in this rebellion, I will see this happen. I will see the death of the Empire. It was not like this villainous thing where he wants to be the one to see it fall. He's happy to be the one to die in order to make it happen. Oh, that was really, really well done. But also, holy shit. I just laughed because when Thancred arrived on the airship and he was with both Yugiri and Hilda, I'm like, you asshole! He was with both of them at the same time. He just can't stop. Thancred! Papalymo knew what he was doing. I could not refuse him. How many more must we lose? Every Ishgardian gets taught that the Sea of Clouds churn in the grip of the warring elements of water and wind. Enough to tear you apart, they say. No one's ever gone to the bottom of the abyss and lived to tell the tale. So how did that bastard manage to get his hands on Nidhogg's eyes? Well, there was a certain champion of darkness involved, and also a certain Ascian. I understand only too well the desire to reclaim one's homeland, but I cannot condone such slaughter. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Because, Ida, you seem to be quite important. None of us were allowed to stay. Papalymo is my friend. I should have been there with him. See it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louis Soir wore that same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know, alright? I know. There's nothing more you could have done. Ilberd caught us all off guard. Even Omega was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papalymo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. Sheesh, dude. I love that music too. Such a good emotional piece. It's over, Papalymo. It's all over. I didn't expect Ida and Papalymo to come back into the story, for one of them to go so soon. Leave her be. Nothing you say will console her now. Oh yeah. It has been explained to me what that light signifies, and I have ordered our forces to stand ready. It seems we can do little else but wait. So... yeah, Jesus, yep. It's just like that now. Wow. Louis Soir's finest student. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Ishtola and the others of our imminent return. Okay. Let us deliver the not so great news. Danger is here. 'Twould seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the Griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. That scene was insane, by the way. Like, holy shit. Seeing all of the dead bodies that were made to look even more horrifying, and then Ilberd's face just being like in a death grin. That was a horrifying sequence. Short, but horrifying. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. Not one, not even grandfather could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I'm certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the Sea of Clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind, aspected aether rages. No mortal can endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian, but now it is not the time for idle speculation. Kryl, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What, without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive Archonish Tola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alasay, I shall honour our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exists writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Bye. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalymo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilberd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. Op. School's out forever. Was that the final quest of 3.5? And now we're entering 5.5? Alrighty. We continue. Philippe, all Final Fantasy XIV streams will pretty much be the same thing, where I just play the game and then I just go through it. In terms of patches, sometimes we're able to do an entire patch in one stream, but we just see how we go. Usually just stream for a few hours and make progress. And we've been able to do a patch per stream for the most part during Heavensward. Oh, guys, I think Sid's gonna be in this quest. What do you think? Omega. I wish I had more to tell you. The situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged, meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before... A communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The Council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the Primal, of course. As of Ishtola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. For now... Yes, but the Elder Seedseer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I'm told that Sid Garlond has been called in to add his expertise to proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones in Tartaru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand. There you go. Hello, Berjou. Welcome to the stream. We have a boat and a mystery man on the boat. Who's this? Cool outfit. Whoa! Okay. Cool guy. Who's this? This is awesome.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place. It is within the realm of Eorzea.
Huh? Towering Traveler. This guy was instantly cool. Samurai.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Answer the question, son! Look at that face.
Eh? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again.
Interesting. A plain response at last. I need this person to have a conversation with Urianger, and I'll watch his head explode. He'd probably decapitate him.
You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port. Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Okay. Alright, I love him. I love him. Who the fuck is this guy? What the fuck?
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
This game is reading my mind. I was like, I need this guy to have a conversation with Urianger, and he just appears if you say his name, apparently. What the fuck? He's gonna hate him. Oh, what? Is that a side quest, or is that gonna be part of the main quest? Because my first thought was, I was like, I wonder if this is like just a random cutscene to introduce like a continuation of Gilgamesh, because I was like, maybe this will be a traveling swordsman that wants to like go and search for Gilgamesh or something. But I wonder how this is going to actually tie into stuff. Because like, isn't that's like a weird place to put a cutscene that isn't directly tied to what's going on right now. It confuses me. It does. Welcome, Warrior of Light. This way, if you please. That's the game telling me I need to play Samurai. Oh, so he... Okay. That makes sense. Well, time to switch to Samurai, guys, immediately. I assume he might be in the Samurai quest line then.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Baelsar's wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilberd's thrice-damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Carteneau, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Everybody thinking.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
Wow.
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Evil laugh intensifies.
Who is this man?
Oh,
How terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Carteneau since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
He's talking about me, everyone.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame?
My name is Omega, I'll have you know.
Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Carteneau while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
I don't know, man. The Omega thing sounds pretty cool, if you ask me. Has my namesake. Alright, so we're finally paying the price of naming my character Omega Ocelot. At the first episode of Final Fantasy XIV, I wanted to have a Final Fantasy related name, and we also did a Metal Gear Solid related name. And I was like, you don't get any better in Final Fantasy than Omega, so I'm going to be Omega Ocelot, and we did Ocelot from Metal Gear. Because like we were going with a double O, so Omega Ocelot, because you've got like Liquid Ocelot from Metal Gear Solid 4, so I was just kind of going on with that naming convention. And now we have the same name as Omega, which is classic, that one, indeed. That's very funny. Just like sat there being like, yes. Are we talking about me or...
He makes me grind my teeth is what he does. But I suppose we don't have much of a choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Carteneau and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Carteneau being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
I'm glad they brought her back into the story. That's cool. A very pleasant surprise. She's great. So, how long is the Bahamut raid stuff then? Because would we dedicate a whole stream to that on its own? Really long. Would it be fitting to do... Maybe we could do the Bahamut raid stuff as a little break in between Heavensward and Stormblood, so we can get the Bahamut raid context, and then I think we're speaking with Mobius about doing it unsynced or something, so we can just kind of go through it that way. Seems to be the approach that we might take. So that could be the next stream. 10 hours? Oh my god. Alright, maybe it'll be a couple of streams. Yeah, we'll probably end up doing it unsynced. Well, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. Okay. The obvious solution. The obvious solution is to summon the God Killer, and that could potentially destroy our entire civilization. Oh, look, we get a mystery gift. less than 2 hours if you're a quick reader. Well, that's the thing. When you're reading all the stuff out loud, it takes so much longer. If I was just reading stuff quietly and not voicing it on stream, we'd be just like clicking through it real fast. That's, I think, something that people forget when they estimate how long something will take. For me, I've had like friends go, oh yeah, you'll be able to do this in a couple of hours. And I'm like, do you include all of the talking that I have to do? Sid and the airship are assembling at the airship. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Yeah, Sid and the airship are assembling at the other landing. Alice is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. That's right. No voice acting. Who needs it when you've got Apocalypse? The Greater Obeisance. While I'm here. One day, oh, this will be mine. Am I looking at a future expansion villain? This is how he gets introduced, guys, on a random balcony. He says, one day this will all be mine. And then in Endwalker, this is actually the guy. Right? I forgot how to navigate this place. Because we have to go down, don't we? Oh yeah, hang on. There's the stairs. I'm like... just trying to find my way down. Omega! Alphino, ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him, despite his very timely offer of assistance. The thought of that man poking about in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... well, here they are now. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall I set a course for Carteneau? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Alphino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. Mine apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Ishtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Want to come with me, Omega? Yeah. Oh, no. Interesting. I was waiting for Alphino to be like, come with me. Pray accompany Alice back to the Rising Stones. They should feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Right, everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. Alphino goes off on his own. You are traveling with Master Garlon, sir. The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. Oh, that's a player character. That's funny because I saw this person speaking to before we went into the previous cutscene with the council, and I thought it was an NPC that was like sat outside, but it's clearly someone that's also doing the exact same quest lines as me at the same time. It's always just funny when you see reoccurring people like that. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then? It's weird having Nero with us. There you go. Phew. I've got other mounts. I just choose my chocobo. He is my faithful bird. Fear not. I shall keep a close eye on our new ally. I know Nero's a guest here, but we don't exactly have the happiest history with the Empire, do we? So my question to you is, do I offer him tea? Galleon, you've watched my streams. How have you not seen me ride my behemoth into many a battle? And I have my regalia, got my cool car. I love to fly around. I should probably replace my Chocobo one with the cooler Daniel. I got my polar bear. We all love our polar bear, don't we? And my phoenix. Yeah, I don't have a lot of mounts because I don't have a lot of additional playtime of the game outside of the main story. I expect we could probably get an Ambrosia mount from the Final Fantasy XVI crossover event. Maybe. Or a big Torgal. I'd prefer a big Torgal. I want to ride on Torgal.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight.
I mean, Ambrosia makes more sense as a mount, but also both would be nice.
It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back without for now. Papalymo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Oh, okay. No, he is actually relevant to the story. Okay.
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
What the fuck?
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger.
Yep.
I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Oh. For Yugiri?
Yugiri? Do you know this man?
He seems to know you.
Gosetsu!
Oh.
Why are you come to Eorzea?
Ooh.
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea.
Gosetsu.
I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
Oh.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Oh, I love it. I think one of my favorite things about doing this on stream is having reactions to characters or story events that then end up being like in sync with everybody else. Like I'm reacting to something and then I'll see the chat also being like, I love this guy. It's very cool to have that like same reaction, or if I'm like feeling a certain way about something or treating something a certain way, it seems that it's a very common thing that everybody has gone through, which is very nice. Alright, so he's shown up for Yugiri, which does make sense there, I suppose. Omega, wait, could I speak to you for a moment? you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Edge and we, ambushed you? Yes. Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. A traveling outfit. You can try it on right now if you like. Oh, please tell me that it looks good. This was my mystery gift quest reward. Gotcha. Oh, please look good. It's pretty schmick. Now I look like I fit in with Alphino and the gang. Do I have a monocle? Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? Aha! You're not just saying that, are you? I can tell how much this means to me to have crafted something worthier of the Warrior of Light. It's well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to, you know, bring you home. May it always protect you. Nice. I have a monocle. Scion Adventurer's monocle. This is cool because you can choose which pieces you want or not. I actually fit in with part of the Scion crew now because I have, like, fashion that's in line with them. That's quite cool. I finally have my own thing. That's great. Alright, hold on. Yeah, I need to go to a thing and do the glamour, right? I can't do that here. I have to go and set it up. Can you do that in this location, or you have to go somewhere else? Feels like getting that outfit, you should be able to do it here, you know? Isn't it weird that you don't have a room here? It'd be nice if you had a room here. Yeah, I know you can use prisms, but we'll set it as a glamour plate. We'll change it later. But cool outfit. Just the 2 unexpected guests then. Still, I suspect that each will prove useful in his own way. My blade shall carve a path through the Empire's ranks as a scythe fells stalks of wheat. Incredible. How dare he mock the Scions like that? If I ever had to sew a set of traveling clothes for him, I might just forget to take out the pins. Never did I think to hear Gosetsu's voice echo through these halls. Truly, I had no idea Domans could be so loud. He and Yugiri could hardly be more different. Yeah, Yugiri's voice is very nice. Oh, I think he's going to fit right in. The Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master. Dear me, how risible must the previous 13 iterations have been? I could design a more efficient water heater in the time it took that ill-conceived lump to become lukewarm. Yeah, my character has slept before, so I've seen my character wake up. It just takes a lot of effort to finish the game and go to an inn and purposefully sleep every time before you log in. We're playing on the Sephiroth server. We are in Australia, the Oceanic servers. Fly free, my pretty. Okay. Ida's eyes shine with rekindled determination. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphino, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Ishtola and Kryl? A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Carteneau expedition party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Omega, Ida, and our domain friends take care of security. I've finally been mentioned in the same sentence. There it is. Oh. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Omega, Ida, and our domain friends take care of security. Alright, we're gonna have two different pronunciations, obviously, guys. So we pronounce the weapon, the entity, as Omega, and I will be Omega. Omega. Oh god. Yo! I love that animation. The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. Yeah, our character is now pronounced as Oh my god. Alright, if I ever see Ocelot and Omega being mentioned in the same sentence, I'm just gonna say Ocelot instead. Maybe we should have been a different name. I have no regrets. 0. Hey look, it's that guy with his fancy bird. I'ma fly on my dragon. Just fly on Midgard Stormer, how about that? Will this contraption truly bear us through the skies? Gosetsu is an accomplished swordsman. Should it come to battle, he will prove a staunch ally. Would that I could say the same for Nero. It's very unfortunate that we were robbed of the opportunity for Gosetsu and Uriange's conversation to happen off-screen, because I would have loved to have seen his reaction to his speech. He is so concerned to get onto an airship. A fear of flying, perhaps. Ocelot Omega does not have the same ring to it in any capacity. Soon, Ocelot. Soon, no, he's actually talking about the weapon. Oh, wait. Oh, he's talking about... Okay. He's not talking to me. Anyway. This is going to be easy. We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Carteneau before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard, given that Eline Royal was still active when Omega was discovered. We can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence, and if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it is not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. So they're also potentially going to be trying to wake up Omega and trying to get control. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. Something also tells me we're going into a fight, because it's level sync time. I don't even know what I would rename to, you know? I don't think I would. so we're going to this place. Here we go. Yeah, so this place here, this is where I was last doing...
Where was that?
Voice acting. This was where I was last doing my evil laugh.
I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Maybe. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland.
Whoa.
Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
For all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
Take care of that brute. Oh, teleported.
Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
Alright then. Exciting. Oh, yes, we get to see him fight. Awesome.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Fuck yeah. That is a big hammer. Oh god. Alright, I want to watch him fight. Gosetsu ever fall? Okay. I like how we're in like a, it seems we're in like a turn-based situation with our position. So, am I supposed to be making the first move then? I wanted to see you fight. Okay, there we go. I'll stomp these worms into the dust myself.
Your defense is lacking.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
Hell yeah, dude.
No holding back.
Oh, the music is great, dude.
No retreat. No surrender.
Tis my right to strike.
I may have misjudged my enemy. Oh god, is
An opening.
They're all in here now. My god, they didn't even fucking stand a chance, dude. I'm just gonna focus on the big boy.
Leave this to me.
With soul of steel.
Holy shit, dude.
You watching, Papalymo?
Are you watching Papalymo? Oh, that's wholesome and sad. Surrender! We have you outnumbered! Wouldn't be the first time. I have a link pearl, see? You fuckers were telling me that only certain characters get them. Fuck this game. Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I could lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. Behold, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. Alright, so fucking tell me, why aren't I able to use the link pearl to communicate with other people that have link pearls from a distance? Why do I have to travel to them? I do have one in my ear. It's ridiculous. And Nero is able to give me a ring. Why can't everyone else? Ridiculous. Also, I would like to point out that the only thing that I can see on this Red Baron, literally the first thing that I saw, and I can't unsee it, is the face on this thing. Do you guys see the face? It looks so strange. Like, it looks like it's got buck teeth and a big nose and then the eye here. Yeah, it's got buck teeth. The Red Baron. My smile. What the? Nobody told me they have Magitech armor. Forward for the Empire. And then he runs away. Oh fuck yeah! yeah. The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions. Hell yeah. The ability to not use my link pearl is a pain in the butt. How do I attack in this thing? Oh, I've got attacks here. Okay. Magitech cannon. Hiya! Yeah. This is where my bar is.
You watching, Papalymo?
Jesus, this is so good. Oh shit, we got an Imperial Colossus. I just killed it. You felled a Titan, but it still only counts as one. Alright. Alright, Gimli. Sure.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
I like that he's fighting him over there. This is cool.
No retreat. No surrender.
God, imagine if I could run around in one of these all the time. Let me run around these forever.
It's all over now. Leave this to me.
I have you.
The Colossi are scrap, and the captain hits us as often as a... Oh no! Its ammunition is depleted. They're all retreating. You can't just run off. Deserting a battle is punishable by death. I order you to stand your ground. Come back here now, please. Pitiful. You bring this fate upon yourself. Now that's just embarrassing. I love that all the dialogue that they have. It's so good. So much character.
I like to strike.
I should have used the fucking super jump away thing. I always forget. It's the one move I forget that I have. I'm like, I literally have an eject button where I go, "Huh!"
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
This will sting.
You are beaten.
No surrender.
You haven't seen the last of me. Mark my words, it'll be you who rules the day. Cool. Great stuff. It's a cool sound effect.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Ooh, that easy, huh? I feel like it will not be this simple.
Remarkable! Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Baelsar's wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Oh, I've accidentally muted myself. Hold on. We will simply initiate a shutdown of Omega. It's fine. It's just this all-powerful, all-consuming being. I wonder how similar the design might be to Final Fantasy XVI with the Echoes of the Fallen DLC. It's kind of funny because it's like I've had an experience of Creative Business Unit 3's version of like Omega Weapon through Final Fantasy 16, so I wonder if it's gonna be similar in that sense, because it was very, very impressive being able to fight it as Clive. It'll be a very different experience if we have to fight it in this game. I'm sure that they would not deprive us of an Omega Weapon fight for sure. That's like a staple. So I'm very excited for that.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing? I suppose not.
Determined nod.
All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
That was weird.
Yes, that's the one.
They're cooking something with Ida.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalymo. So this is for you. And me.
She pushed the big red button.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Holy shit, here we go. Oh, it's got into cutscene time. Well, this is great timing. The seal broke just as Omega is launched. Wow, it's like almost the exact same design in Final Fantasy 16. Holy shit. Almost. I really like the Imperial, like, not the Imperial, but like that sort of aesthetic that it's got going on. The detailing on it. Holy shit, look at that! Whoa! Look at that thing! Holy shit! And then they drowned Omega. I'm curious as to what they've called this primal entity. I'm excited for them to potentially reveal that. Omega can just fly. Holy shit. Whoa, dude. I love the Magitech aspect of Final Fantasy with stuff like this. It's so cool. Omega just keeps getting smacked. I think there's a name, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's like the Thunder Summon from Final Fantasy VIII. I'm really bad at pronouncing it. Grew more teeth. Holy shit. My brain was over everything is like Quetzalcoatl. I think I butchered that name, or Tiamat. Tiamat. Very good pronunciation. Oh, dude, the two death beams. Holy shit, dude. Oh. Kamehameha! Dude, the design on that is amazing. And thus the whole planet was destroyed in the effortless struggle of gods and machine. Okay.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
Gosetsu is us. He's like, huh? This dragon is from Final Fantasy V. Okay, well, I haven't played Final Fantasy V, so no spoilers. Okay, so it won't be what I was thinking of Final Fantasy VIII stuff then.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
What about your simple shutdown? Galleon, come on, man. You know that all the Final Fantasy games are not connected. I just don't want any spoilers for events in Final Fantasy V, because I want to play the classic games one day.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Okay. Yes, it's sleeping somewhere out in the wild. Everything is fine, guys. Let's go back home and nothing bad will happen and Omega will never wake back up again at some point. It's malfunctioning, for one, apparently. Huh?
Omega destroyed the cocoon.
What does that mean?
Papalymo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see.
Oh.
And if the connection is broken...
Does that mean everyone that had those tattoos, that all disappeared because of Papalymo fading away? Yeah, I've always had it on my to-do list to play the classic Final Fantasy games on the channel. So yes, I do still like to remain as blind or spoiler-free as possible, even on games that are 30 plus years old, because if I've avoided spoilers this far, I'll keep avoiding them. I don't want someone in a chat to be like, yeah, this, and this, because that still ruins things. Doesn't matter how old it is. You see how many blind playthroughs I have on the channel, and they're blind for a reason, because I like to remain spoiler-free. Obviously, there are certain things that are unavoidable, like, hey, this monster is from this, and this monster's from that, and that stuff's fine. I just don't want it to prompt a discussion about the story events within those games, you know? And that is a perfectly reasonable request. Because I hear people say such good things about a lot of the classic Final Fantasy games, mostly 4 and 6, and sometimes 5. So those are the ones that I'm looking forward to playing quite a lot. And I'm glad that I get to do that on the channel. I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. Whoa. Imagine if the game let us do that more often, when we just talk to a character and then they just take us to the next quest location. One moment everything was functioning perfectly and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves and soon. So, this dragon and Omega are still out there somewhere. Well done, everyone. Great work. The far edge of fate. Alphino has the look of a man with much to say. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait! We must first... The Elder Seed Seer is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Shigiri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. Okay. I wonder what Nero's going to do now, because Nero showed up to go, and then he got what he wanted with Omega, so I assume he'll probably just leave. Alright, see you later, guys. I think the Final Fantasy game that people will be most interested and excited to see out of all of them will end up being Final Fantasy VI for sure. The Elder Seed Seer awaits you within. Proceed to the Lotus Stand. Oh, we actually get to walk around it this time. Nice. Had I not instructed you to throw Nidhogg's accursed eyes into the abyss, all of this might have been avoided. I thought them beyond reach. Yeah, we should have squished them. Melweb. Another calamity averted, eh? How many times now have you and yours hauled us back from the brink? It would seem Garlon's little friend was as good as his word. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try, but tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Girabania. The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen, and hope never to see again. I think if we were to see it again, there would be a storm, and it would be bloody. The battle raged on with no end in sight until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye, it seemed as if each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. Okay. While most among us could only think of Bahamut when upon looking at the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature from Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. Ah. Shinryu. Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that name at all. This Shinryu's fate, And indeed, that of Omega is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Giabanian side of the border. Aye, which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tarupin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis system, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Okay. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Giabania. Though Ilberd has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation, and by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. Nice. Okay. It's if, as seems likely, we put Omega into stasis after... what do they call it? Ah, yes, after Shinryu was defeated, we should have little to fear from either of them. That's not how Final Fantasy works. I'm excited to fight both of them at some point. When they wake up from their fatal blows. I should very much like to see this Shinryu creature for myself. Of course you would. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Y'shtola and the others have gathered at Amarasai's spire, and I imagine that you too would be interested to see what has become of the wall now that the cocoon is gone. Papalymo's sacrifice was not in vain. He allowed us time to gather our defenses, so we were not decimated. It is decided then. Lead on. Off we go. Off we go. Speak with Y'shtola at Amarasai's spire. Huh? I'm not doing Undertale. What are you talking about? Who said that? I'm doing Cyberpunk and Fallout 2 at the moment, and that's all I'm doing. And Final Fantasy XIV. No trace of the cocoon remains. 'Tis as if it never existed. All gone. See, look, I've been in sync with this dude for multiple quests now. It's so funny. Oh, thank the 12. After witnessing Omega's single-minded onslaught, I had visions of you being trapped between it and its target. Hardly the most rational concern, I concede, but if you had seen what I saw. Where did you read that, Jigsaw? I'm confused.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Allag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
I watched the Heavensward trailers a few streams ago. We did it on stream and we watched multiple of them.
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalymo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Whoa. Oh, there's so much hair.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
Whoa!
But there is. I can't hide in Papalymo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask.
Oh, sister.
20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old.
Damn. So I was thinking mother, but sister instead.
My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
Wow, okay. Yeah, so when that happened, I was like, whoa, is Ida some form of, like, ageless being or something? Or, like, does the mask keep her youthful? I'm, like, trying to figure this stuff out. And then at the start of this stream, I'm like, okay, maybe it's, like, a mother thing, but then the same name, so she might have taken up her mother's name, and it was her mother's mask or something that Papalymo gave her. But we were close, we just got the wrong relative. So she took up her sister's name and mask. There you go. So I wonder what Ida's true name is.
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida. Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalymo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
Oh, wow. Okay. He's like, just pretend, okay? She's cosplaying. So that dude recognizing Ida, because obviously she's grown up now to look like a spitting image of her sister, which makes sense.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
Yeah, recognizing the mask makes sense. Sorry guys, just give me one moment while we're in this dialogue choice. I'll be right back. Why did you never tell me?
I'm sorry for lying to you.
Ooh.
My real name is Lise.
Lise? Okay.
When Papalymo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalymo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
That's very beautiful. And unexpected. There you go.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker. We leave for the east, for Doma.
Why does she have to go? Why does she have to go? Oh my god. It always switches to... I always get caught off guard when it switches to unspoken dialogue. Alright, hold on. It was brave of Lys to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalymo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And so, should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Nod. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell Tartaru and my sister. Very cool. Yeah, one hell of a sandwich. Oh, this music, baby. Oh, it's credits! There it is! We actually hit the credits of Heavensward. Cool. Go away.
Children of the land.
There it is. Yeah, Nobuo Umatsu. I'm assuming that we have
Two souls intertwined.
I'm assuming that we have a post-credit scene. Will the scene play right at the end of this? I assume. Yes? I assume so. Maybe not. So it also skips the... Alright, well, I guess we have to watch it. Why won't it just play at the end of the credits? Very cool. I really, really enjoyed Heavensward, and the patches that followed were very, very nice indeed. My controller works in the game. I didn't expect that. I just knocked my controller. Okay, so cutscene after this. Alright, cool. Cool. I just needed to skip it because every time that theme song plays, my streams get copyrighted. So that's why I was just like, I'll just quickly skip past that. As much as I love the song. If I have an opportunity to skip it, I guess I will. Very good. Yeah, the patches have been great. They've been incredible. I've loved this post-Heavensward story. But yeah, we reacted to the Heavensward trailers, just to mention that, when we finished the main story of Heavensward before the patches, I believe. I think so. That's when we watched a group of trailers in a row. Right. Speak with Onokai. He may have mentioned, but Alphinaud has apprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Blood. Amazing. I'm sad that they're returning to the east. Gosetsu, come back. Be in the story in some capacity. Lys has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened a way to Girabania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect. Do you? There you go. Yeah, the reactions to my trailers would be in the streams in the Final Fantasy XIV playlist. And we will react to the Stormblood trailer, the one that plays on the title screen, probably. But we'll do that, like, at the beginning of the Stormblood stream. So, this is a hash brown, egg, bacon, sausage patty, spinach, tomato, cheese, and aioli sandwich. Avocado as well. Usually I get it in a wrap, but I've like gotten to the point where, you know, when you eat something for a while and you just like the texture or the taste of it, you just can't have it anymore. It's just like, meh. So I tried to get it on, it's on sourdough instead, and it's very nice. Get it in an actual sandwich. Yes, we should unlock flight for those areas. I agree. Quick march! The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution! It is almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe dislodge me. This is so funny. As he wipes a single tear from his eye, I am a proud father. Very well, Ilberd. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. There you go. He's forced everyone's hand. The battle with the Empire will commence. So extra. Yeah, Ilberd knew that no matter how things were going to play out, he would get his way. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Baelsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues, though both yet elude us. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Oh, without saying anything, I was just about to say this scene should be voice acted, but now I see why it isn't. There was no voice for this man. He just gives a stare ominously. Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. Oh, come on. Yeah, this should be voice acted. Unknown, my spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. Slow, dramatic zoom. Yeah, this is a great little hook for the next expansion. Okay? Yeah, this is a great little hook for the next expansion. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to the eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. Cool. There it is. And the text has changed. The text color has changed. There you go. It's done. So I'm assuming beyond the Great Wall, this is the beginning of Stormblood, potentially, I think. When do we unlock New Dragoon questline? No, I said we'd do the trailer when we start Stormblood. So that'll be like the Stormblood beginning stream. It's already unlocked? Woohoo! Well, I'm gonna eat this sandwich, so we're just gonna have a little bit of a lunch break. So everybody take a break. The stream is not over. We still have time, so we will continue. Let's go do some Dragoon questing. I was gonna ask about Hildebrand as well. We're able to do some stuff with him still? Is there a story with him? This sandwich is falling apart in my hands, dude. I'm going to try and figure out how to finish this sandwich, and then we will continue the stream. Alright, I return. Sandwich consumed. Quests may continue. So, the last stuff we did with Hildebrand was around Costa del Sol. We were doing like a little bit of investigative work around there. That's the last that I remember of the Hildebrand stuff. And there was also some stuff with Gilgamesh, naturally. But I'm not sure what is next or where he is currently located. But I'm sure I can get some assistance in that. So we'll have a look at that. But I assume it obviously, you know, continues into future expansions, so it's just one of those things that you do over time. And then we're going to dedicate a whole stream or two to the Bahamut stuff as well. So all well and good. Now, I am assuming that the Dragoon stuff would continue at the would it be at the Dragon Camp? A Hildy quest in our log. Is it any of these? The last Hildebrand one we did was a case of indecency. So as Miss Arabella, now free from her betrothal to Vans, breathes a sigh of relief, a flying card of challenge buries itself in Hildebrand's pate, writ, I shall come to claim the victor's spoils. Though Inspector Briardian finally deduces that the thief and the mad bombardier who almost claimed his life are not one and the same, the two inspectors nevertheless vow that the thief has stolen his last treasure. That was the last thing we did. Oh, Friends Through Eternity is the Dragoon quest? Cool. And it is Camp Dragonhead, right? Lovely. But yeah, I should also find some time to unlock the other currents in Heavensward. I'm assuming Stormblood is going to do the same thing. I feel like the music is lagging. It usually should have triggered as soon as it transitions. It's been on a bit of a delay lately. Or does it not trigger while I'm on my mount? It should. The quests for your current job always appear... Okay, cool. Makes sense. Alberic, my dear friend, the Dragoon questline continues. I've been so excited for this. I've been so excited to continue the Dragoon questline. Friends Through Eternity. Sir Alberic is pondering the flow of time. Ah, Omega. Word of Estinian's disappearance from the infirmary has reached mine ears. Hell yes. It straight up starts with Estinian mention. I thought it would. Whilst part of me is quite capable of sympathizing with his desire to abandon the Holy See, I do wish he had said something ere his departure. But then, I suppose it is only to be expected. With Nidhogg slain, the Horde's ranks have fallen into disarray, and they are not the threat they once were. Ishgard has scant need of an Azure Dragoon. Suffice it to say, one would imagine the role of the Dragoon shall similarly be forced to change as we enter this new era of relative peace. However, whilst you may have saved Destinian from the Great Worm, my mind is yet plagued by Hustien's internal strife. May Halon lend her the strength needed to shake free from the dragon blood's fierce grip. Yes, I remember that too. Montogains, you are looking quite well, Sir Elbrick, and Master Omega. 'Tis a pleasure to see you too. Lord Montogains, Omega and I were just speaking of your daughter. That daughter of mine is in fact why I have sought you out. I was recently handed a letter by a merchant that had passed through the Chocobo Forest. If his word is to be believed, he was entrusted with this message by Hustien herself. The letter was a call for help, Master Omega. She bade you search for her. Ooh. By the Fury. Has she been set upon by the heretics once more? Alas, there was no more information in her message. Oh, not a day goes by that I do not pray for her safe return. Omega, I must ask that you take up your lance once more to aid your fellow dragoon. Are you willing? Thank you, Master Omega. Hustien awaits you in the Dravanian Forelands. Please, help her with whatever she requests. New quest jingle. Okay, I'm assuming that's the Stormblood quest accepted noise. I don't think it's very good. But it is new. There you go. Annex Trime. But yeah, I remember her storyline because, like, we were begging for her to come back, and then she was like, "No, I must go my own way." She got that dragon blood. Those poor little chocobo wings are going into overtime, dude. Chocobo forest. Yeah. Wow, there she is. Omega. So the letter reached my father. I'm sorry for having you journey so far to meet me. As you well know, I cannot return to Ishgard in my current condition. That said, the Blood's hold on me is not as firm as it once was. This is largely thanks to a new ally of mine. He has been invaluable in learning to control the dragon within. In fact, I have a mind to introduce him to you. Onokai, Omega has arrived. Onokai. It's a little dragon. It is an honor to meet you, hero of men. Much have I heard of you from my father. He would often talk of the warrior that boasts the strength of a dragon. Onokai has been a great friend ever since he first came across me suffering from the Blood's effects. I very much doubt I would be capable of standing here exchanging words with you were it not for his help. I called you here in order to repay my debt to him. Onokai, tell Omega what troubles you. Yes, thank you. Long before I came into this world, in the age when man and dragon were at peace, my father had a consort. But the Dragon Song War tore them asunder. Father belonged to Hraesvelga's brood, as do I, but his consort was part of Nidhogg's. When Nidhogg demanded vengeance for the wrongs committed against him and Ratatoskir, Father asked his consort to fly far to the east. She bore no ill will towards man, and while she wanted nothing more than to stay by Father's side, she accepted his request and fled the conflict. However, your valiant actions have now put an end to the Dragon Song War. I am positive Father's consort will return if we inform her of the war's conclusion. Onokai requires your aid to search for his father's consort and bring her back home. However, as she left Dravania some 1,000 summers past, locating her shall be far from an easy task. Under normal circumstances, I would help Onokai myself, but while I am somewhat recovered, I am yet far from being in complete control. This is why I summoned you, Omega. Your knowledge of the realm is unparalleled. I beg of you, aid Onokai in his search. You have my sincerest thanks, Omega. I will do a backflip in your name. Thank you, Omega. I owe you a debt of gratitude once more. Regrettably, while we know she is somewhere to the east, we are entirely ignorant as to the consort's precise whereabouts. I would suggest you first try asking Sir Albrecht about Dravanian legends, specifically those concerning dragons in the east. Pray report back to me once you have learned something you deem pertinent. I love that we're like, hey, my daughter needs help, and we're like, she's fine. Actually, can you teach me about eastern dragons? Nothing to worry about. Alright, speak with Albrecht. We return. And then I wish that I could request Albrecht to move house and have him hang out near this teleport. Going the wrong way. If only this Magitech mount could shoot missiles and cannons like the Red Baron could. Glad to see you safely returned. Were you able to locate Hustian? I see. She is correct to surmise that formidable dragons are oft made the subject of local legend. I shall discuss this with the congregation priest. I have known him to be quite an authority on Dravanian legends. Although, to think that a dragoon once gripped by the sole desire to slay dragons should now wish to help one, 'tis a queer new world indeed that we inhabit, though not one I dislike. But that matters not. I shall seek out the priest at once and raise your query with him. Pray return anon, that I shall impart my findings unto you. Lovely. I quite like that quest complete jingle. That's a nice one. The next Dragoon quest will be available from Albrecht upon reaching level 63. Oh my god, I am level 63. Unbelievable. The requirements for undertaking subsequent quests can be reviewed in your journal. Okay. Doesn't obviously give me future ones, but we're starting to jump up the levels now to 63. We've got one Dark Knight quest and one Samurai. We've got the Way of the Samurai. Because there was an excited citizen who claims to have witnessed some truly amazing blade work. So that's there. We don't have anything else though. Unless we want to become a botanist or a fisher. Look at all their main quests. There's a lot. There's a lot. Okay. Drowsy dragons. The next one takes us to a Stormblood area. Maybe we will leave it for now then in that case, and we'll head to the next Hildebrand location. So we're going to Eastern Lanosia. Yeah. And we're heading to X32 Y30. So we'll go to okay. The next quest is still in Costa del Sol. Okay. So the next quest is where the last one finished. There you go. It'd be Ellie, right? Because Ellie's the assistant. There it is. Ellie has the latest information on the Phantom Thief's target. Omega, I was wondering when you'd show up. I've got the latest scoop on our Victor's spoils that our many-faced friend has set his sight on. Have you visited the Coliseum of late? There's a tourney in the works, and it's looking to be a big one. The Mythril Cup, sponsored by none other than Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. They say that Master Fiagis will be furnishing the prizes himself from his personal collection. Small wonder it's captured the attention of Mr. Sticky Fingers. You are familiar with the Concern, yes? It's only the largest mining interest in the Sultanate, after all. The chairman, Master Fiagis, sits on the syndicate and possesses such wealth that rumor has it he could buy half the realm if he chose to. He's also renowned for being something of a martial arts enthusiast, with his position affording him little opportunity to test his own skills. He settles for living vicariously through the exploits of others, hence his sponsorship of tournaments like the Mythril Cup. My colleague Ganalong is in Uldar covering the tourney as we speak. If we were to track him down, I'd bet he'd be able to give us something to get our investigation started. Alright, there it is. Ah yes, Uldar, my favorite place to transport myself to. Alright. Another great theme. Yes, I'm a busy man. If you're looking for small talk, I suggest you look elsewhere. No need to be rude, Ganelin. He's a friend of mine. Now, what say you share your latest findings with us? I promise I'll make it worth your while. Ellie! If it isn't the Mithrilized Star Reporter, come to have a laugh at Ganelin's expense before returning to pen your latest front-page feature, eh? Oh, very well. Just promise you'll put in a good word for me with the higher-ups, okay? Now, let me tell you this. There's strange things afoot at the Coliseum. Bugger all! It's a travesty, I tell you! This scared the shit out of me. I'm like, hello? The blending on the underwear with the skin tone, my lord. Hotch, you and Hamo, whatever is the matter, and where, pray tell, is Hutchin? The four of you will compete for the cup together, yes? I fear that an unfortunate mishap has left Hutchin in no condition to fight. We were just on our way to convey the dire news to Dower Meadow. Mishap my arse, this was Sabotage. Some bloody coward out there will stop at nothing to eliminate this competition. I swear it on my sublagar. Lower your voice, Hotch. My head stings enough without your bloody shouting. Hutchin, should you not be resting your wounds? Oh, but forgive your incompetent, unworthy comrade. If I had been quicker with my marcher, we would still be 4 men strong. Do not berate yourself so, Hamo. In victory and in defeat, the mantra reveals fight as one. You bear no more responsibility for my wounds than I. Any road, I dare say I'll not be getting back into fighting Fettle by arsing about in bed. I'm ready to chant some mantras. How about the lot of you? Hutchin, for you, I am always ready. Now, that's what I like to hear. 1,000 mantras, and I want each one to ring out over the Sagoli. Fire it up. Fire it up. Fire it up. The Mantravilles? Aye, as Hutchin tells it, they took their name from a training partner they met at the Fist of Ralga, a man they most admired for his devotion and chiseled physique. Consider me not the least bit interested. This talks of attacks on the competitors, however. Of this I would hear more. Ah, yes. I mentioned that strange things were afoot, yes? With mere days left before the Mythril Cup, a staggering number of would-be combatants have withdrawn, citing a host of curious ailments and injuries. With the list of entrants shrinking by the day, the organizers have been forced to abandon the elimination format in favor of a mass melee between what few battlers remain. Phantom Thief's Challenge. Gladiators dropping like flies. No, this is no mere coincidence. I would speak to the individual in charge of the event. Where might I find him? Though the concerns sponsored a tourney, the day-to-day organizational duties are being handled by a fellow by the name of Dower Meadow. You should be in his office within the Coliseum's halls. I will send word to the gateman, Yuyubaya. He owes the Mythril Eye a favor or two. Splendid. Come, Omega. We've got a case to crack. There you go. Okay. Speaking with Yuyubaya in the Coliseum. From the Mythril Eye, you say? Then by all means, you are free to enter. Why, thank you. I am Ellie, reporter for the Mythril Eye, never blinking or seeing. You know the deal, yes? And you must be Dower Meadow. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about the upcoming tourney. Ah, ha, ha. Who am I to argue with free publicity? And from a charming little thing like yourself, ask away, me girl. That said, between the challenge from that so-called Phantom Thief and now these bizarre attacks targeting the fighters, our attorneys are ready to talk of the town. Not that you'll see me complaining, provided someone's still left to fight, that is. You're free to investigate as you wish, but you'd be smart to exercise some caution. Needless to say, recent events have everyone here a bit on the edge. Why, just a moment ago, one of our fighters almost took off another's head for insulting the colour of Looks like we got ourselves another... These two aren't in the entry books. There they are. They've arrived. And our challenger unleashes a vicious right hook as the gentleman inspector was channeling his strength for his next attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner! Inspector Gridanian, as efficient as ever, I see. A true gentleman eschews violence. Inspector? You were thinking. It annoyed me. Dower Meadow, I presume. Tell me everything you can about the prizes for this tourney, and try to be brief. Oh, I was wondering when you might ask. Master Fergus has spared no expense making the Mythril Cup the most lucrative tourney this Coliseum's ever seen. The victor will receive a true treasure from his collection, the Warden's Grace, a ring fitted with the largest sun sphere you'll find outside of Khan. The second and third prizes are nothing to sneeze at neither, but I don't care how many faces he's got, with nothing to fear from this thief. The concern has hired an elite regiment of stone torches to watch over the vault day and night. Yes, the brass blades were so successful in stopping the thief last time. If you want your treasures safe, go fetch them and bring them to me, and be quick about it. I haven't all day. Fear I can't do that, Inspector. After all, what proof do I have that you ain't Mr. Many Faces in another of his elaborate get-ups? No, if you want to get your hands on the spoils, you have to claim them as any other would, in battle. As a matter of fact, what with the ranks as thinned as they are, we're actively recruiting new competitors. The more the merrier, and the more lucrative at that. Yeah, you're right, Galleon. This dude does look like me. I do sport just such a lovely head of hair. Now, where did our receptionist get off to? Over here, you slimy bugger. We've got some fresh blood for the melee. Give me a... Ah, yes. Are we Gilgameshing? Give me a moment, will ya? I've only got 8 arms, or were they legs? Oh, no? No! That's not Gilgamesh! What the fuck? I know the name of this thing. Ultros from a classic Final Fantasy game, and this is one that I do know, but only because this creature also showed up in Final Fantasy 15 Kingsglaive. So this monster made another Final Fantasy appearance. Oh my god. This is great, because, hang on a minute. Yeah, Gilgamesh has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, Gilgamesh has 8 arms. That's why I thought that it was Gilgamesh coming back into the story again, but no. It is an octopi. That's why I said, or is it legs? That makes sense. Slobbering cephalopod. You cold? I was just about to give the lovely Miss Avila the grand tour. Inspector Hildebrand, look, he's purple. Astute as ever, Nashu. The color, this overabundance of appendages, I smell a case. That's just my receptionist, Ultros. Don't be started now. He's an ugly little bugger, but he's friendly enough. Word has it he was one of many bizarre creatures born from a recent experiment with ancient incantations at the Thaumaturge's Guild. They were going to seal him away in a hole in the desert with the others, and then he just opened his slobbering mouth and started pleading for his life. I just want to live in peace. I'll do anything. Anything. so the management hired him to perform odd jobs about the Coliseum. Jesus. The laugh. And am I ever glad they did. I'll tell you, this job ain't glamorous, but it sure has its perks. What a delicious morsel. I want to get my tentacles around her. Ultros. Jesus Christ, you're about to get a tentacle cut off. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, the silliness of Hildebrand's quests never disappoint. I know not who you are or where you hail from, and I do not care. If you dare challenge me, my Tempest Blade will show you no mercy. You can forget about your case, Inspector. There's only one who will claim the victor's spoils, and that is me. A new Final Fantasy waifu just dropped, and it's Avila. Let's go. It's Xena Warrior Princess. Ooh, I just love it when she talks tough. Now, who's the chump who wanted to get a pummeling by my lovely little Lavi? Though a gentleman takes far more pride in rescuing fair damsels than fighting them, I fear we have little recourse. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, shall do what must be done to... Omega Ocelot will be entering the tournament on my behalf. Omega Ocelot, well, you do look like an ocelot. Well, bugger me with a spear, to think I'd see the day when a warrior light stood in my Coliseum. That line making, like, being quite on the nose, which is actually quite cool, because we're ocelot and we've got the cat ears and the tail. We do look like an ocelot of some variety. Hear that clink, clink, clinking? That's the sound of gil pouring into our coffers when the public finds out that a true Eorzean hero will be stepping into the ring to fight for the Mythril Cup. And I reckon your friend can tag along too. Show him where to sign, Ultie. Hildebrand gets in anyway. Jesus Christ. With Omega, I suppose we have a good chance as any. Now we just need to make sure that he doesn't come down with some curious injury. That gladiatrix, Avila, was it? Seems quite certain of her chances of victory. Suspiciously certain, I would say. Ha ha! I am already 10 steps ahead of you, Inspector. That Ultros fellow seemed most knowledgeable about Miss Avila. Come, Nashu, the investigation is afoot. As much as that sounds like an amazingly productive line of investigation, might I suggest that our first priority is to keep Omega here safe? Let us return to Ganelon and see what he can tell us of these mysterious attacks on the combatants. Very well. I shall leave that task to you. I have a lead of my own to investigate. Should you uncover any new information, I trust you will share it with me at first opportunity. Nice. Okay. Now we speak with Ganelon in front of the Coliseum. You again? I've already told you that. What? Entered the tourney, you say? You out your bleeding mind? Look, I've got a suspicion or two, which I'm happy to share with you, but in the end you have to protect yourself, you hear? So I've been up asking around, and it seems that more of a few of the fighters who pulled out of the tourney were scheduled to fight a warrioress by the name of Avila. Now, I can't make any promises, but my instincts tell me this girl is bad news. Don't take it from me when you can hear it from someone who crossed blades with her just days ago. A fellow by the name of Raging Raging Rat, sorry, had the misfortune of being matched up with Avila in the preliminary rounds and earned himself a right bruising from it all. Last I heard, he was resting up back at the Pugilist Guild. Why don't you pay him a visit? Come to have a good laugh at old Raging Rat's expense, have you? Well, not the first. I say, is there not a man in this entire realm with an ounce of sympathy? Greetings, good sir. How fortunate you are today that your guest is Hildebrand Mandeville, gentleman and inspector. Now, if you would, please enlighten me how exactly it was that you were beaten to a bloody pulp by Miss Avila. Gentlemen, my arse, have you not a whit of delicacy? Never you mind. Look, the records may say I lost, but I'll admit to nothing of the sort. I'll shout at the top of my lungs if no one else will. The girl doesn't fight fair. Tempest Blade, some kind of foul sorcery if you ask me. Mark my words, that girl is up to no good. If she weren't so damned easy on the eyes, she'd be rotting in jail as we speak. The girl's Alamegan, or haven't you heard? You know how it is with those refugees. Why fight with honour when you got nothing to lose? Yes, and why not disparage an entire people in a pathetic attempt to salvage your sorry pride? This one's a real piece of work, Omega. Let's be on our way. I didn't mean no offence, just telling it like it is, as it were. Perhaps it truly is some manner of sorcery, as the fellow says, or perhaps she works with an accomplice. She didn't strike me as the magic-wielding type. If I were a betting woman, I'd put my gill on the latter. Ah, Miss Ellie, the thrill of the chase has struck a chord with you as well. Yes, I can see it in the wrinkles beneath your eyes. We might very well make an inspectress of you yet. I'll give you a good wrinkle, you insensitive boor. If what the man says is true, it's likely that her fellow Alamegans might sympathize with her plight. An accomplice would hardly be out of the question. Yes, I can see it now. Two unfortunate souls, shunned by those around them, united by destiny and a common desire for justice. Ample appendages whirling wildly, sending gusts of wind flying every which way. Avila and Ulti, a match made in the heavens. Were it any more obvious, I could have solved this case without leaving my home. Incredible! Your powers of deduction never fail to amaze, Inspector. What is it with you two and that infernal octopus? Master Ultros should still be at the Coliseum. Let us hurry before he slithers back to wheresoever he came. Alright then, very good meeting. Speak with Hildebrand in the Coliseum. Friend, and look over yonder. Behold those exquisite legs, those stylish tentacles, the unearthly undulations of his squirmy, squishy body. Yes, our friend Ulti is a most fascinating creature indeed. Behold how he carefully eyes the gladiatrix before him. What manner of mischief is he plotting? A For behold how he carefully eyes... why did it... I swear that it didn't tick over. He speaks! Yes, this is most suspicious indeed. Oh my dear lord. Oh, what is this? The girl has fled in a panic. Our friend Ulti appears to be discouraged. Look at the way his shoulders sag, or how they would sag if he had shoulders. Our quarry is on the move. Quickly, Nashu, we must pursue. Going swimmingly. Alright. Mr. Ulti seems to have found himself another gladiatrix. What might he be plotting this time? Look at those succulent legs. I reckon they taste just wonderful in a good marinara sauce. Marinara sauce! Ah, he speaks. And another girl rushes off. Whatever did he say to her? He looks so sad. Shall we douse him in lemon butter and put him out of his misery, Inspector? Whatever is he doing with these girls anyway? Call me crazy, but I think he likes them. Alright, 8 armed and dangerous is our Ultros. And now the next one is what price victory? And Dad Mandeville is here. Hildebrand is contemplating the implications of Ultros's behavior. And I will actually say that we will need to be resuming this one next time. I think I'm a little tired on this stream now after 4.5 hours. So we're going to be bringing this stream to a close today, but thank you so very much for joining me for the proper true ending of Heavensward, finishing the Dragon Song related patches at the far edge of fate. Very, very great stuff. So we will not be jumping into Stormblood immediately. We will be doing some more Hildebrand stuff, and we'll be doing some Bahamut raid things and the other stuff that we can potentially look into before jumping in to a Stormblood stream. But thank you so very much for joining me today. I've had a great time. That Omega versus Shinryu cutscene was so awesome, and the story has just been incredible. So super excited to bring another stream to the channel in a few days' time, and we will continue our journey. I'll see you then.